I updated my OBS, and now it's having a problem talking back and forth into YouTube. And now it seems like it's okay. So good morning. Welcome to my virtual trading journal. I hope to hell everything is working jim dandy here. It looks as though the stream is trickling down the mountain, and that's a good thing. I was just noticing here before the stream started, it's kind of funny. Look at the starting stream, the starting graphic here, or starting soon graphic, and look at the price of the ES. Well, now it's live, so it's back up to the sixes, but initially it's when it was initially recorded, it was down in the fours. Anyhow. All right, so this is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I capture everything on my screens, my primary trading screens, I should say, my two big ones. And then my voiceover gives some insight as to what I was thinking. This is not for financial advice. It's not for trade advice. And there's a disclaimer in the description here. Give that a read. All of the times that I refer to and that are visible on my screens are Central Standard Time. So that's pretty important. And the reason I do this is twofold, actually three. I'm not a multitasker very well at this point, and for me, but I believe journaling is very important. So for me to screen snap and type and do all those kind of things in a journal isn't very productive when I'm trying to trade. Therefore, I do this. And the reason I capture it and stream it to YouTube is because I'm able to review it on any device, and it is completely transparent and provides 100% accountability because both Bookmap and IRT reflect each and every aspect of a trade: entry, break even, targets, moving stops, all of that kind of stuff. And it's recorded in perpetuity, right? Unless you delete the screen recordings, which I never do. I've got them back a couple of years. So that's the point there, because I believe it's important for anybody that's streaming live to be accountable and to actually do it. Stream live, not looking in that rearview mirror like all of the magic internet gurus do. This is a TopStep evaluation account. The idea here is that this is a TopStep evaluation account, and I will take it through Express Funding and live account and continue on for however long the trading. The idea is to provide some insight and some accountability to the journey. Previously, I've been trading a long time, and previously I've been funded a few times, and I've had my own accounts that have, etc. But that's the purpose of this stream and my trading journal. And to do it with the principles of using Bookmap and my charting software, which is IRT. Okay, next on the hit parade here are numbers. And this is a short week. Remember, this is the holiday week. But there are a lot of numbers out this week. This is today. We got Fed share talking here at the bottom of the hour. PMI global manufacturing at 9. SMI unemployment manufacturing numbers and JOLTS all at 9 o'clock. Just quickly to look at this week. Here's the week, and be real focused on Thursday, because non-farm payroll is coming out Thursday at 7:30 right there. Because there it is right there. Because it is the 4th of July is on Friday, right? It's a holiday. right there, non-farm payrolls. So this is a short week, but it's a news intensive. And then, of course, we have the ever-present unscheduled Trump dumps, et cetera, which we just had. A big, he came out with a few statements up here and on his way to somewhere. I don't know. It said something about it ended his statements. I saw that on the somewhere here, down in here. And he's looking into deporting Elon Musk and, you know, a bunch of pretty random stuff. So what does all of that mean? Well, here was the Trump dump, and we've recovered a little bit. And so I guess probably the most unmitigated or impossible to mitigate news are these random interruptions to the market and to the auction, which are based on these random news events and stopping to say something to the reporters, going somewhere or whatever else, and everybody seems to be hanging on every word. So that's something we can't do anything about. But we do have news coming out this morning, and Powell speaking with his aggressive attacks on Fed Chair Powell by Trump, and also there was some. The Secretary of the Treasury was asked some questions. Would he be the Fed? Would he accept the Fed chair appointment yesterday? And there's a whole lot of course, that was a Fox News thing. So they're pushing the agenda as well. And I'm not making any political statement one way or another. I mean, the Fed has done a pretty damn good job, kept us out of a recession, has kept unemployment fairly low in this real uncertain time around these tariffs. I'm not sure, now there's a few Kathy Woods and people out there that could care less whether people have their jobs or whatever, but they want to have the tax cuts, and they want to have a euphoric market. Whether it's any good for the general population or not, I question whether they really think about that much. She, in fact, actually, in an interview said, well, she didn't really care what happened to the public, but she was going to vote what she thought was best for her fund and her investors. So I guess that says it all. Anyway, here we are now. We are at 8 minutes past the hour. And let's get on with the pre-market here. Here's the open. Haven't gone too far. We were pretty much right around our opening print until the Trump dump happened here, and we're struggling to get back up to it. Here is the book map. These are the mini ES NQ and the ES micro composite and the ES market profile charts. The micro composite is the higher time frame look. It is simply a RTH session daily candlesticks, and wherever price overlaps, I try to draw a volume profile around it, which thereby generates a micro composite VPOC, which I don't think I got in there yet. 62.37.5 on that one, and then micro composite high, low, all of that stuff. And I have a similar setup for the micro, not the mini. I'm sorry if I said micro earlier, but this is the micro, same setup. Now in the micro composite, the high and low volume nodes in the most recent micro composite are pushed automatically to bookmap, as are the session prices. So let's have a look at what that looks like over here. Now here is the here is the micro composite column, which I enter manually, and as I was just saying, the new micro composite VPOC is 62.37.5. So that would be 62.37.5. And that was for, this was clear back on the, this was taken out clear back on the 2nd, from the 2nd of February. But the new one here, wait a second here. Hold on a minute, I think I'm making a gigantic mistake. Cancel. Let's see what we got here. I think I have the current, yeah, micro composite down here somewhere. So this, I want to show you my workflow. The way I do this is this was taken out yesterday. And this is from the 2nd of February. What I do here is change the text when these levels are no longer active or have been revisited. I change the text to black like that. Now, let's go over here to 37.5. And let's put one in so that you can see how that works. And this is the MCVPOC. And this is from 30.06.25. Boop. There you go. That's how that works. So, this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. RTH volume profile, which I'll reset, is supposed to do it automatically, but for some reason has stopped doing that with the new upgrade here at 0830 this morning. And these are the volume profile columns, or the notes columns, which is real important to me. Hi, singing girl. Our cat came in to sing good morning to everyone. One of them. The first thing I do is change the title of this column to the expected upcoming opening type. And right now it's looking like we're going to be lower in range. The last 2 or 3 days we've been higher out of range, lower in range, okay? And what does that mean? Well, it's real simple. Where the expected or the upcoming open occurs as it relates to the previous RTH session close, which is about here, and the previous RTH session range, which is here. So we are below the close and within range, lower in range. And then that will dictate the statistics that we use applicable to the session prices, which are pushed from Bookmap. There's no charts on, no indicators on my charts or my Bookmap. There are the following. There's a VWAP for both Globex and RTH. There's a mid for only the RTH. And there's a POC for both full session and or Globex and RTH. Now, none of these are mysterious in any way, shape, or form. The POCs simply mark the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. 37.96 contracts have traded right over here. The minute one of these numbers says 37.97, this yellow line is going to move there. That's it. The IBs high and low are nothing mysterious. They are simply the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So these are now reflecting yesterday's RTH session, and the minute we open at 8:30, they will reflect the upcoming or the current one today. Value area high and low are the previous auction. Developing value area high and low reflect the current auction. Yeah, Globex low, previous low, all of that stuff. And the gradations over here in the heat map reflect the resting liquidity. Here's 278 contracts at 52.5, and there's the number. Hasn't been in there very long. And that's how that goes. Okay, the way we do the statistics are as follows. We use this study right here. You can see that IRT highlights the correct open type, but it will only reset itself this morning when we've opened, right? This is from yesterday. So here we are lower in range. This is expected. This is so simple. It's Almost embarrassing. The study looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened lower in range 568 of them. Of the 568 days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 493 of those days for 83.8%. Overnight volume point of control 83.9. Is that what I said? 83.8. My eyes are so bad lately. And bam, that's all there is to it. And then I just simply go down the list. Overnight volume point of control. Next on the agenda is the overnight mid. That's pretty typical, and that's 82.5% of the time. And the overnight mid is hiding here somewhere. Under one of these. Probably that one, I suspect. Let's wind it out a little bit and see if we can find him. There it is. 82.5. And so on. And down the list we go, right? Previous close is 73.0. And I think the previous close is right there. Yep. 83.0. And I'll show you a little trick here. You can see the labels on these specific lines, even though you can't read the flag, are over here. There's the close. What's next? What's next? The IB high, 70.2, and that's right here. Now, this is something worth looking at, 70.2, okay? And I have to put IB high there because the minute we open, this flag is going to move to the top or the of the high of whatever the current RTH session is at that moment. It will not be here. It would be an extreme coincidence if it was. So when there's no flag here and I look at this statistic, I'm going to go, what the hell was that? And now I'm going to know that it was the IB high. That's what happens when you get old, boys and girls. You need to think about that stuff. The previous mid is 69.6. And that was right there. And again, that would be mid, P, MID. Whoa, dude. And again, that's going to not be the correct location. That's why I put the initials in there. Because obviously, when it's the RTH session, the mid's going to be the mid, right, of the current session. Value area low is 68.5. Now that is right somewhere right there. 68.5. And that will remain, that flag will remain there because of, I will adjust my IRT charts to the RTH session only, and thereby 58, wait a second. 56.8. What did I do wrong? Oh, I got this all backwards. This is dyslexia at its finest. 56.8. There we go. It didn't look right to me, but you know, I'll go. And 67.2 is the overnight low. Overnight low? IB low. $67.2 is the overnight low. typically the overnight high, low, POC, and mid are usually taken out pretty convincingly in every RTH session. The IB low is 60.5. Now this ought to tell you something. And what does it tell you? Well, how can we get to 60.5 or 67.2 without getting through 56.8? These are just statistics based on the look back. They're not hard, fast lines in the sand, okay? So that's something to be real conscious of. And remember, man, this is irritating. All right, now I've got to do something that I do every day called the TLab snap. And what, you ask, is that? Well, it is something I do every day at about 8:20. Nope, what happened here? So, yeah. Might change some around here. Anyway, the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And every day at 8:20, I post this chart, and at about 6, I post the news or the reports upcoming for the day, just to try to contribute a little bit. The TLab is as I said, it's a bookmap Discord chat room, which is completely free and was started by and is continued by a guy named Tom B., who is I believe, a professional trader with 46 plus years of experience and very successful. Now, do I have verification or proof of all of that? No. But, after you've listened and been involved with somebody for a couple of years, you sort of take on that it's, you can figure them out, right? And I believe that that's the truth. And one of the reasons I believe that is, and it's probably one of the reasons I stuck there in the first place, there is absolutely nothing for sale. You will not be solicited for anything, including a subscription to Bookmap, which is pretty incredible if you stop and think about that for a minute. Okay? Tom has a very good philosophy, in my opinion, about risk management and how to approach trading. And there's a good crew of people in there. I don't participate as much as I used to because there's a lot of new brooms that are sweeping pretty clean, and that's sort of what I've noticed over the years has happened. There are new people come and go, and they post a whole lot of stuff, and rather than clog the chart, I don't. Or chat, I don't as much. So Tom does not trade live, and he does not call trades. He participates in the chat, and every day from 10:30 to 12, he streams a live stream on in the Discord there and on YouTube. But it's, looking backwards in the rearview mirror, which is, I find unfortunate, because it would be more meaningful for me to try to glean what he's looking at the moment. Pretty much anybody, including my young daughter who's Vietnamese, can, and I'm talking native, born in Saigon Vietnamese, can look back here and say, predict where the market's going by looking in the rearview mirror. And that is the stock and trade of most of the internet gurus. Now, Tom is not that. And as I said, my big criteria, the first big criteria for me is that it is not that nothing is for sale there, or there's no solicitation. So that strikes me that the ulterior motive is to help people. And if a trader is so good at trading that they make thousands of dollars, why do they need to sell something? You know what I mean? Think about that. Anyway, that's my little spiel about the TLab. So there we go. Now, before I get too carried away here, somebody's here. I suppose it might be Richard. Good morning if it is. I see two current people there. One of the things that's pretty important to do before I get too carried away here and we open in 3 or 4 minutes is that in order to trade on Bookmap, you've got to activate the trade control panel by clicking this padlock and decide which way you want to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. Chart, dome, or both. Chart, meaning the only place you can interact with your mouse and trade is the active control or active data or live data column. Dome are these two dome columns or both. Wait for it. Ooh, you guessed it, both columns. Now, I have my keyboard set up to hotkey, and it works in all 3 options, but you must have the focus of the computer on this particular browser and application, or the hotkeys don't activate, and that's perfectly normal for every computer, Windows, every program. Next thing I need to do, because I trade with the multi-brackets, is to add the multi-bracket package that I choose to use, and today it's going to be a risk-neutral 2-lot configuration. These need to be in even numbers, and I'll show you why. The stop for all of the package is at the same price, in this case 12 ticks. You can determine this by ATR, or harmonic rotations, girlfriend's shoe size, whatever you want to do. However it works for you in your homework to be most optimized for not being stopped out and achieving your targets. The first risk neutral target is for half of the package, and it's the same amount of ticks as the stop. So when this is achieved, this risk neutral first target is achieved, the worst that you can possibly do on the trade is scratch, and then you have the runner. You can see 4 lots. 4 lots, 12 ticks, 2 contracts, 12 ticks, and then runners. And it's that simple. And you can do it however you want to. Also, I want to do this, which is important for me personally. Okay, so now I have selected my package. I've got the trade control panel figured the way I want it to, and I'm moving away from the keyboard to using the mouse because I think the entries are more precise and it's faster, I believe. My hand is typically on the mouse, so to move back to the keyboard, I've got to let go of the mouse, move both my hands back to the keyboard. It seems like it's quicker this way. Anyway, once I confirm that it's the right package size, I click the mouse or the padlock again to get the real estate back. And because I was able to set this up to only display these values in ticks rather than dollars, I have this visible again because I don't believe you should trade your P&L. Now we're going to open here in about 6 seconds. And let's keep our fingers crossed that this damn thing resets properly. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to. It has not. There we go. We're open. This is not reset, and I couldn't possibly tell you why not. We are past 8:30, or are we? Yeah, maybe not. The clock says 8:30, but we're not resetting. Now, I have set this to reset on double click. Did not work. I'm going to reset now. Doesn't work. And I'm doing this and, you know, sound like a little girl here, but I'm doing this because I want to send Elena at Bookmap Support a copy of this recording right here so she can see what I'm talking about. And I have no freaking clue why it run. And it's set up obviously to reset as it's supposed to. Now, that's correct. And the first thing I will start doing now then is flagging my migrating volume points of control. And why do I do that? Well, yes, the yellow brick road here continues to plot all day, but, hey, Antonio, morning. But pretty quick, it'll scroll off the left of the screen. And I don't, my idea here is to have all of the data I think is important to trade on the hard right edge of the screen and not having to go zooming in and out so I can see where the POC's been all day. That's the idea. Next thing I do here is, that I've just started doing, is marking the open price, and be real careful here that I don't, if I click right here and get over here, I'm going to be entered short. So I'm going to be real careful about that. Actually, I'm going to get away from that until we get past 8:30 a little bit in order to not get myself in a trade I didn't plan on. What I was getting ready to say was I marked the open with this line. This was the open of the Globex, and then I'll mark the RTH. And the thing I'm doing now is keeping the entire session in view until a level, you know, a IB stat or something's coming up that I'm interested to try to trade, and then I zoom in for that. Okay, well, we had a Trump dump first thing there, you know, about 7 o'clock this morning, Antonio. Otherwise, it was pretty much okay. The news, the weather. Oh, yes. Now I've got to change my Bookmap stuff, or my IRT, to the RTH session only. There we go. Here is my IRT, and I've just changed it from full session to RTH session only. So the previous auction is yesterday's RTH session, which means that the value area high and low will be accurate. And this is important for folks that I push these levels, you know, to anybody that wants them on the TLab and static and wherever else. So these session prices. So it's important to have those corrected, not confuse a bunch of folks. Here was our close, right? And here was our open. I do not consider that a gap. For me, a gap is range. So there you go. You can do whatever your little heart desires, obviously, as you should. This is all, remember, this is my trading journal, which I'm more than happy to share, and I appreciate people coming by and hanging out, and it would be great to get a community of folks that did that every day. It'd be great. You know, Antonio's trying to steal my cat. She comes in here singing to him every morning, old panda. There you go, those slick Portuguese guys, man. They get all the gals, the little meninas. Okay, so we're set there. We're below, well, we've opened right on top of the VPOC. So that, or the MCVPOC right over here. So that you can see is where we are there. News is what it is. We're pretty much red here. Let's get back to the, we're pretty much red here on the, I have a very limited quote board because you know, these guys have thousands of charts, and maybe that's a good idea. I've thought about just creating another tab completely with a quote board on it that has, you know, Tesla and NVIDIA and Palantir. Boy, Palantir was rocking yesterday. After yesterday, it was up like 5% or something. That's incredible. That's like, investing in the SS. But you can see all the red here, and there's these are the percent change. Here's our volume, and there you go. So that's how that works. This is IRT, and this is Bookmap. What the hell happened there? Okay. Now we are fussing around a little here with the, looks like we're fussing around a little bit with the POC. Kind of wiggly woggly up and down and all around. And, this typically, it's 4th of July, for Christ's sake. Everybody with, more than, making a few 100,000 a year is already off on vacation someplace, Aspen or the Hamptons or wherever the hell they are, I guess. Be my guess. And we're at a dollar high. And I guess I'm safe to throw. Can you tell I'm a little paranoid? Can you tell I've made a mistake a few times with this frickin' mouse? Yes. That's the reason initially I set up the keyboard and only would trade with the dome columns activated in the trade control panel. In other words, only here. So I could click the shit out over here and nothing was going to happen. And I traded off a dome from the early days of my career in trading anyway, so that was no problem for me whatsoever. But I do believe, as I said in the pre-market that it's quicker. Like I'm standing here right now. I stand at 2 standing desks. I'm standing here leaning on the desk, got my hand on the mouse, my other hand on the desk. If I want to enter a trade now, I got to drop both hands off and bring them back to the keyboard to enter something. That's fine if you're anticipating the trade well in advance. But also, this gives you a precise place to enter. If you want to enter a level, a limit order as opposed to a market or something. So that's why I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to get up to, all the kids are using the mouse to do that. And here we have the IB low in as it belongs and the IB high as they belong. And we are looking at a 7-point range so far this morning, right? 34 to 41. There you go. That's all I know. Okay. One thing to notice here on the micro composite chart, these are the open or naked volume points of control. So we've got this little beauty living right up above us here and a whole pile of them down below. Obviously not many above us because we're banging our head on the all-time high for the adjusted contract. I won't go there. You can do whatever you want to do with that idea. I do use adjusted contract. I gave up. I used to I learned market profile from an old local, a floor guy, and he made a big deal about adjusted contract and this and that and wrong and upside down and back and forth and all of this kind of, it sounded real confusing to me, and I couldn't see that it made any damn difference. So yeah, I roll the contracts on IRT and Bookmap, and there you go. That's what I do. Oh, okie dokie. What happened? Did you get rich yet? Are you rich yet? So we have news coming up at the top of the hour. I'm not sure if I went over that on the... So Powell is speaking now, or he'll start at 9. That could be a real deal because Trump's been attacking him right, left, and center. And even now that new, whatever his name is, the Treasury guy is, Fox News was asking him if he'll accept the appointment as Fed chair, and I'll do, quote, I'll do whatever the president asks me. So he's a smart guy, but I guess he's, looking after his nest, I guess. And here we are with the global PMI at the top of the hour. Fed's Powell started at 8:30. It's going to be a pretty busy week. It's a short week here, and Thursday is going to be non-farm payroll right there, the granddaddy of them all. So, and initial jobless claims, and then of course it's the holiday, and it's a short day and blah blah blah, and I don't even come near it, and I scrub the holidays. Now, what's happened over here? Well, this was all of Trump stuff at 7-ish, which dumped the market, the Trump dump. I'm going to refer to them as now. What's this down here? Oh, yeah, this is where... yeah, and this is exactly correct, I believe. This is Powell, Lagarde, and someone else are speaking at an economic conference. It's not testimony or a rate decision or anything, but every time he talks, especially now, it can be earth moving. Here are his comments down here. So that's all good. Let's get back to where we are now. That's the news. We're going to sell down a little bit from the looks of it here. Richard, are you around here? I want to show you guys something, but I was waiting to see you pop in. I see 3 views and 2 concurrent. I'm not sure who that is. I never can figure all this out. And no old guy jokes here. Yeah. Well, that's about a tight range, isn't it? We're still in a 7-handle range. That's probably not the most conducive to getting rich. Okay. Mansel's up to something over here. Well, a lot of people are talking already. All right, so there we go with that. These are the two chat rooms, the only two Discord places that I ever have anything to do with, which is the TLab I spoke about earlier, and Static. Now, if you've got a real, if your trade plan, I hate to sound like one of these guys puking out a platitude that is meaningless, but if somehow you've done your homework and you feel that you've got a good deal to trade, with a 3-point range or so to your first obstacle and a whole bunch of obstacles in the way, this is a mean reversion, right? It's outside in, but come on. I think it's an excellent time to be sitting on your hands. Myself. Antonio, let me show you this thing. Are you sitting down? I hope so. You know that Rod has been posting his, he's trying to help everybody in Static a lot and does in TLab, as you very well know. But he posts his results of his Static on a regular basis and monthly. I want you to have a look at this. And I will point out to you that you can multiply this by $12.50. And here are his days, and here are the ticks for each day. 692 ticks on the 23rd. This comes out to about $48,000 or $9,000 for the month of June, or whichever one this is. And this is his Static thing. So really, really a phenomenal, inspiring for me, profit factor of 3.3. Now this is since he has started his, and I'll show you what he's put down here. You're not in Static, right? So this is something you hopefully might use. Yeah, no kidding about it. So here, this is since he has dropped or moved on to what he calls taken off the training wheels of the risk neutral scale, which I still find very helpful for me psychologically. And, if I ever enter a goddamn trade or damn trade. And here's his comments about that. Yeah. So boy, oh boy. And then here are our comments below this morning when I logged in, Garrett and some other people. But yeah, that's pretty freaking pretty freaking phenomenal, huh? 50 grand in a month, essentially. Well, what is it essentially exactly? It is 3513 times 12.5. $43,912.50, my baby. Well, that's without commissions, of course. But yeah, pretty darned amazing. Pretty darned amazing. So I thought you'd appreciate that. It was inspiring for me and gives you hope, right? It gives me that. And I've got to get my head out of my ass here with this story, and I've got to do it in the next couple of weeks or within this month, or I'm going to have to figure out something else to do because I got a wife and kids to take care of here. It was so nice when I had, well, it wasn't nice. Maybe it might have been a detriment actually to have had my career, which evaporated when they sold the company back a couple months ago. Because then your feet aren't to the fire, you know. Yeah, and he's not. I mean, he also, I guess I didn't. He posts his trades, which I've shown you different times, right? I mean, it shows you this and complain, boy, did I get taken out to the tick and whatever else it is. So, yeah, it's not. First, it's not rearview mirror bullshit, which is exactly what I believe that is, and it's real stuff. It's the real deal. So, I think it's as close to watching. You know, it would be great to have him trading live somewhere, but he doesn't trade very much. Remember, in that what he talks about in those notes, he's only trading 2 or 3 trades a day now, and focusing on better or A+ setups and letting them run. So yeah, it was. I found it quite motivational. I was excited for you guys to show up to share it with you this morning. So here we go. 8:52, baby. 9 o'clock. We got the Newsaroonie coming out. Coming out of shoot number 4 on Letter Buck. Now, they've pushed this IB high up. They've expanded our range a little bit here, so that's kind of a good thing. I don't have a stat on overnight high. What happened to that? What happened to me here? $51.6. Rod's making 45 grand a month, and I can't get the damn flags to line up. Oops. Well, we got 200 guy. That was pretty amazing. The 1,000 lot that was parked out here yesterday a bunch of times. Not sure whether that was after you left or not. Got a lot of action right up here at the IB high. There's 500 guys back. Well, here we go. Hey, big guy. Or gal, or whatever you are. 574. Seems to be one to keep a lid on that. This was previous RTH high, or IB high, I'm sorry. Somebody said, and I don't know who, that the typically, I guess it's, I don't know where I picked it up from, but typically the movements outside of the IB or the containment thereof, or the IBs, are typically higher time frame driven. Obviously, I mean, obviously, none of us can throw a 500 lot on the table. And you need to remember the thing about all of this is let me do something here quickly. There we go. Spoofing or not, you've got to have a large enough account to put $500 in the book. This is live, the live book. This is the live market. If you want to put an order up for $500, even if you're 100, or 10 prices out of the money, you've got to have a big enough account to swing that. Whether you mean to trade it or not. Which to me says, or at least this is my thinking, so if someone is doing that, it is certainly, in my opinion, not a retail guy. There's nobody in their grandma's basement in their underwear, that I don't think, except that Indian kid in London. But you know what I mean. And so I think if it is an institutional or a higher time frame entity that's doing that, what is the motivation? That's the part I haven't been able to figure out. I could, if it was like 50 lots, I could say, oh, some retail dork is trying to be a hotshot and push the market or thinks he can or something else. But if it's an institutional person throwing a 500 lot or 1,000 lot like yesterday out there, that's some big money. That's some deep pockets. And what are they trying to do? That's what I don't know. Put a lid on the pot or get them to trade out. And is it a hedge? Like I think Richard was saying the other day, well, I thought most of the futures was options hedging. And yeah, maybe so. But they don't just buy a bunch of options. They don't buy a bunch of futures and then just go, oh, let's just lose money over here. I don't think. And maybe I'm just don't understand the bigger the bigger picture. Maybe I don't know. I wish I did. If I don't understand it, I wish I did. And I wish somebody would explain it to me. Okay, speaking of explain it to me, what's going on over here now? The world famous TopStep X thingy. Do-do-do-do. Well, we're at IB high. That current high is, as you can see right there, just below the value area high from yesterday, right on it. So that's why they're sitting out here with $1.30, I guess. And somebody's had that on there a long flipping time. That came into that hunt. Windows here. Somebody's banging in there. I couldn't see anything. That came in here at 7:48 this morning. That order this liquidity up here. Same way with this one down here at the 48. Just a little bit later than that. 7:51.
The market is open.
And here we go with that 9 o'clock number. All right, what does our number have to say here? ISM Manufacturing PMI actual 49, forecast 48.8, previous 48.5. ISM U.S. construction spending is off. Oh my God, now Trump at roundtable discussion at 10 o'clock. Son of a bitch, this guy will not let up. I wish they just have one day a week when this guy get in front of a mic and blabber all day long and we wouldn't have to worry about it. Some comments this morning at 7 o'clock dumped everything, and now here this was definitely This was not on the agenda earlier this morning, and I think I can prove that. No, I can't. I didn't do the whole thing. This was back yesterday, so I didn't take a snap of it to post any place. But anyway, this was not here yet this morning, so yeah. Oh, and look at this one. He's going to visit a detention facility at 9 o'clock. And then that wasn't on here either. Powell, Lagarde, and Bailey, and with whoever that is. Jolts is down a bit. Job openings. Okay, well, there you have it. So, yeah, just I can't wait for more. One thing I'll say, I wish that when the great orange pumpkin is golfing, at least he's quiet, you know. It's that's one thing to say for it. So there we have the full session volume profile jumping up, and I would suspect that we're going to get this one here pretty quick. We're at 48.75. We got to get about 500 more of them up here, and we're going to have a VPOC migration up to a little bit higher. Man, will not give us a break. Truly amazing how fast the news cycle, how short the news cycle is now. When was the last time you heard anything about the Iran bombing? It's amazing. That was last weekend, I think, wasn't it? Or a weekend before, maybe. Jesus, criminy Christ. It's really weird. And I think that's the big problem with a lot of our world at the moment is it's all this cable, not cable news anymore. It's all this internet stuff and social media, and by having it all instant, the cycles are so short. I believe that's a big part of the volatility and the issues, maybe. So here we go. We're testing up. I'm waiting for that. We've crossed over the IB30 spot, which is the one of Rod's. I haven't heard anything about that for quite a long time, but the IB30 Rod had done some stats. There we go. Rod had done some stats that the about 92, I think it was, if I remember correctly, % probability that the high or low of the first 30 minutes of the RTH session would be exceeded by price in the second 30 minutes. So this is differentiated from the real original IB statistic. This is what he referred to and TLab refers to as the IB30. I haven't looked for that in a long time. And I guess you could say Antonio's favorite trade here, the VPOC migration. When they did that, we tested down here, could call that a trigger, and if you got on it, you're scaled right now and pretty happy about life. I'm a little apprehensive about the news stuff. Trump is doing something. Oh yeah, he's at some detention facility. I'm sure he's going to see all the best of that. Oh, there's my second opportunity for the VPOC migration. I'm not going there. I'm waiting for the IB statistics. I'm trying to be, and I'm trying to get my head around how to do the opening range trade, which would have been, fine here. There's our open. Here's our IB low. So we didn't trade below that. We wait for the first 1 minute and then take the trade. Well, it would be now 40 to 50. It'd have been about a 10 handle IB or opening range trade if you're working on a 1 minute. The thing I've been working with my back testing stuff, which I'm happy to show here, is with this particular instrument, or even more so the NQ, you got to adjust the opening range time so you're not, looking at a 40 handle opening range or 20 handle opening range or something that I can't afford. I mean, and I don't think it would be, I think it would be an unrealistic risk. So the way to do that is I'm trying to figure out how to do it with Bookmap, short of having these candlesticks, which I had done there for quite some time. If you put the candlesticks up and you say you're going to go with a 1 minute candlestick, you're going to do a 1 minute opening range. Well, there it is, I guess. Or is it here? That's the next question. Oh, it's here, I guess. And you're going to take that long, and up you go. That seems kind of confusing to me. I haven't got my head around how to do it yet. I'm going to try to do it by, replay trading to make sure I have it all figured out before I try it. Do it. On Bookmap, on IRT, it's pretty simple, with a, 1 minute chart. And the back test is working out pretty good. Today would be a fine example. You'd be long somewhere around 38, and it's up to 49. So there's 10 points with really no. Well, no. And another part of the puzzle is the stop. Okay, so if what I've been doing with my back testing is I want to hold or maintain my risk neutral profile, which means that I would have a 12 tick stop on a 2 lot, or do I go with a 1 lot and a 24 tick stop? That's the same amount of value, but you got to get under there somewhere. The way a lot of people do the opening range trade is they take the breakout in the direction, whichever way it breaks out of whatever their opening range determination is, minute, 3 minutes, whatever, and then the stop goes below the other side. Well, if you've got more than a 12 tick opening range, then I would violate my risk neutral package by having a stop lower than that. So, this is what I'm trying to figure out, and I'm actually trying to figure out a way to trade it without using Bookmap, because it seems like it's too confusing, too complicated to do. Or hide the price and just use the windows, use the candlesticks, maybe. With back testing, it's pretty good. This is the opening range trade back test. And this is where I can adjust all those things, the opening range width, how many minutes, target, stop, how many ticks, is it the opening range plus 1, plus 2 ticks, whatever. And then either plot it here on the chart or run it on the back tests, which works like this. Looking back 20 days, okay. Back tests. So there is a look back of 20 days with that risk neutral parameters set up here. Would be $2,100. Net profit long, short. And the way I validate whether this is right or not is the largest losing trade can't be more than the stop, right? And if it's a 1 lot and 12 ticks, that's the stop. So that's how I do it, to validate that it's, or just to sanity check that it's correct. Anyway. That's just with 1 lot. I also have the IB failure and IB continuations set up to work over here. And this is with the 2 lot configuration and the scale and all of that stuff. And also, in this case, of 48 tick target right up here. So I'm making some headway there, I hope. And if you notice, all of Rod's stuff, as we were just talking about, is all absolutely based on the statistics. He hasn't changed any of those ideas. And that's what you have to do, I believe. He's certainly a shining example of how to do it. Harry is also very good. And Garrett. Those 3 seem to be pretty consistent in static. Harry's very good. Well, there's the IB30. So we're not out of Trump bomb danger and Trump dump danger in for hours now. He's going to be doing something and then something at 10 and god damn. I mean, it's fine that he's doing all those things. He's the president or POTUS or whatever you want to call it. But man, whenever he sees a microphone, it increases my pucker factor significantly. Significantly. And remember now, this is settlement, right? So we're still red until percent change wise, until we cross that little number right there. Then it'll go green. Over here. Percent change. And do I have everything set properly? Yes. Okay. There was a great VPOC migration trade, I guess. Test back to all of these levels here and then head up. Basically, after the little bunch of blurbs over here at the open, this is really the first one. Now, ironically, the probability for the previous high statistic is 39.4%, which is typical. It's usually in the 30s on the other side of the coin when you're doing a lower end range or vice versa, higher end range. What did I say? 34.9. Other way around, dyslexic boy. Yeah. Well, all joking aside, that VPOC migration so far is the only real valid setup that I see. And if you were a static guy, you would say this is a bar trade with a breakout and retest. I think. Again, it's a pretty, a lot of discretion involved in how long the consolidation is happening for. But this is certainly moving in the right direction. Hope you're on. Somebody's on it. And we got a bunch of rod stuff going on here. Rod's talking about overnight VPOC, VWAP. Levels looking juicy here. That was at 906. Overnight high and previous high. So, yeah, that's what in settlement. So that's what I was thinking about myself. I think I already mentioned that. Well, there you go. Oh. Not too happy to get outside of value area high, it didn't look like, did it? That didn't seem to go over very big. Back at these levels here, though, and we've still got value area high and all this stuff above us. The problem, I keep getting tripped up with my range requirement. 48 would just be the requirement to 50s, right? And this is our previous IB high right here we're banging our heads on. More than once, I'm going to give this some time to think about it because I've found myself way more than once being premature in anticipating the IB statistic. I'll go along here, and they drop down and then go for it. You know what I mean? Like that right there. Just exactly like that. My guess would be that is something besides the market. Now, I would guess that that is a news maneuver, maybe. Jesus, Trump on a roundtable. Trump visits the detention. Trump roundtable discussion at 10. Holy shit. This big V maneuver here. And right now we would be doing a diddle in the middle, which is a bummer. Because I would guess we're probably going to head for higher ground up here, but don't forget this is the middle. So there's the IB low and the open and overnight low. I would love to take this test here and go for higher ground, but I don't know what to think about it, to be honest with you. 45 to 48, get up to these levels here would be a scale, and I missed it. I'm sort of conflicted. Well, I'm not sort of conflicted, and I've talked about it a lot more than once. How long does a VPOC migration, is it considered that, and at what point in time are you diddling in the middle? That's it. Get ready to trade something, Antonio. I need fill up my water bottle here. Just go ahead and put me in one if it looks good. Oh, I'm gone. Am I rich yet? Huh. Not yet, huh? VWAP to VPOC. Huh. Well, we're falling out the bottom, it looks like. And we're approaching the world famous IB stat. Testing back down to this previous price check at aisle 3. I wouldn't have any idea which way I thought this thing was going. And there isn't even, well, I guess if you look at the IBs, if you look at the initial balance indicator here, or marker, you could say that the context is up, right? But now we're right back at the open. So it's just rotational, which at some point would set up a mean reversion off the IB failure, I guess. Pretty, ooh, and high volume today. Wow, that's amazing. We're at 103% volume at this time of the day today. There's our harmonic rotations, skewed up. More down than up in the mode, however. And here's a delta divergence. ATR, 6 handles. This is all for the ES, by the way. And this is the SPX. ES, and this is open interest, falling way off. Well, we came back up through it. Boom, price check at aisle 3. I don't know. I'm not going to trade from the middle out, even though I'd like to. I'm standing here, you know, desperate to have trades and make some money. Got to figure out what to do here. If you're in the chat, drop a hello or your name, or and a, you know, of course, a thumbs up, a subscription, and you know, $1 million or something, whatever. Pretty much in this for the. I'm not monetized in any way, so the subs and the likes are nice, and it would be good to have a large enough group to have some kind of feedback. Antonio and I get a little. It's kind of like crickets in here sometimes. Now, why? You know, why in the world is that happening? Other than they did a price check down and now they're going to rotate up. We are past 9:30, so the IB statistic is in play. saying that either the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH session. And there is a greater than 97.7% probability of that in all four open types. So, yeah. 20 handle range, basically 19 handles. And here we are in the middle, smack dab in the middle. At the moment, this is a real, if you have, done your homework and have your statistics and your self figured out properly to trade this mean reversion, well, that's wonderful. I'm envious because I have a 3-lot risk neutral, my risk neutral trade package is a 12-tick stop, and which means 12-tick risk neutral scale, and that would be exactly the POC. So if you shorted exactly on the high there, you would be just targeting your POC for the scale, and then where you going after that? That's not enough meat on the bone, in my opinion. So, and I realize opinions are, everybody's got one, so no problem there. We only really had one excursion away, kind of, and that was up here for our IB. Push that IB up, and we're not able to get to settlement. So at the moment, pretty much across the screens are red now. This is the ES, gold, MES, NQ, NQ, and SPX. Gold being the only red or only green candidate on the on that small quote page. And this is diddling in the middle, any way you look at it. So I'm not having any fun. You got to squint your eyes, but the context of the day is essentially up, and I only judge that based on the IB. We've continued to move the IB higher, and the IB low hasn't moved. Would have been a great day for the opening range trade. What do we got over here? That's our break-even stuff. Here's something I've been looking at. So 1 minute or 5 minute ES. Here's something for you if you're interested in having your own version of Bookmap on IRT. We got this beauty here. This is can be. Oh, come on, man. I have it set up with these parameters so I can adjust it and have it be as busy or not as I want it to be. And the dome alongside of it, which is kind of handy. Still high volume. That's surprising to me. Delta divergence, okay, great. But then where did you get into that? 40 and up here is 50. So you got a 10-point stop loss. That's probably not going to work out very good in my world. That's one of the bigger problems that I find a lot of people who influencer types or IB, internet guru-y types. Here we go. Now we are breaking down here. We've just tested through our IB, our price check at aisle 3 here, the original POC. Is that going to bounce us back up to a mean reversion, or are we going to take out our IB stat on the bottom side? I don't know. I'd love to short it, but this doesn't look like a very good spot to do that. Bounced here, bounced here. What I was getting to was the fact, like when you see these influencer types in their, like, for example, opening range trades or whatever else, they don't spend a lot of time talking about their stop. And if you've got a large enough account and a risk appetite for 25 or 30 handle stop, well, good for you. If you're trading micros, you can do that, no problem. Which reminds me, well, this is kind of interesting. This is the MNQ today. They're not having a very good day over there. Well, shorts are having a ball, but this is the TopStep X, which I keep up and look at now and then and play with once in a while, and my daughter and I'll goof around with it at night. So we're building some fractal here, as Tom would say. We've definitely a consolidation going on now. If you want to be real static about it, there's a consolidation, a breakout, retest. We're going to break out and retest, and then we're going to head down, or what are we going to do? So we're 39 to 35. Getting down here to the open and the IB is just 6 handles. Not that that's anything to sneeze at, but it isn't really it isn't the ultimate target, but it could be the intermediate target with the IB low and value area lows below that. And I just missed it by standing here talking, apparently. Breakout and retest. Ooh.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
What was that? What happened there? Okay. Let's see if we get a short out of this thing here. Isn't that something?
Order submitted. Order
now
submitted.
It may have gone too far on the other side.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
So
Order
there's trade
submitted.
number 1.
Order submitted.
Push to the
Order
5.
submitted. Order submitted.
Targeting the IB low and then overnight low. Let's see how we go.
Order
short
submitted.
Here. Short 2. Push to 4, so shorter on across 5. Now, unlike Rod, I'm going to leave my training wheels on the trike, and I'm going to hope that we get down there at that 36, just above the open, and get somewhere. And that could be a bad idea because it's pushing our limits of the mean reversion. And And I'm still, I guess, less confident in my trade setups than he, in that I am looking forward to the psychological reprieve of risk neutral, which is what's going to happen down here. Now, unfortunately, we're just below this MCVPOC from a ways down, and I'm below that 117 contracts living down there. So let's hope this guy has got a magnet out. That's okay, Antonio. Yeah, me too. And I'm going to be rigid in my stop because that's what I think you've got to do, even though everybody says, well, you don't do it by money, you do it by location. So should the stop be above the POC and all of those kind of things? I guess that would be the thinking. I've tried to put my stop in a location based on my entry. I don't know, man. I'm conflicted about all this stuff I hear now. Or, every time you hear about something new, that makes sense. Definitely don't place your stop based on the amount to lose. Put it on where you think the trade is going to fail. Even Tom says that. So do I take this stop against all my rules and put it up here above the POC and the mid and all these things? That negates the fact of the risk neutral scale idea. So that changes the whole ball game around there. And they can't seem to get below that, so that's disappointing. If I move the stop, what I would need to do to maintain my risk neutral setup would be to also move that target down, down, obviously. We're approaching 10 o'clock, and that's scary. Where's the Trump dump, baby? Where they just can't, they're getting down there to tag that. Oh, they did tag it out. And he keeps reloading this dipstick down there at 75, keeps reloading. That's not my favorite thing to have him keep doing. Come on, one more tick, baby. Come on. There we go. Okay, there's a risk neutral scale, and I feel a lot better about life. God damn, what is going on here? Trade one. Okay, what the hell keeps happening over here? Now, let's get below the open. Let's get below that. Let's take the IB statistic out. There we go. Now I have to start asking myself the trade management questions, which are, for example, we've taken out the IB now. Are we going to have an IB failure or an IB continuation? And should I then bring my stop up to my target here, which would likely be taken out, but it would lock in that profit, and it's too late to talk about that now because of the wonderful things it does. Are we going to get an IB failure? I think just to be a chicken shit, I might move my stop up to break even though I'm risk neutral now. My problem is that undoubtedly we have been mean reversion all day, right? And so that was the IB stat. Surprisingly, not much follow through. And this was the IB low from yesterday. And I don't know what's up. Got no idea what they're going to try to do here. Other than I wish they would get down a little bit lower there. Now, these statistics down here have a higher probability, right? And that limit is just there. So there would have been the break-even scale, and I mean the entry scale. Now, are we going to go back up and take out our stop? We are risk neutral. I am risk neutral. I hate that. I don't know why I do that third person thing, but I'm risk neutral at this point, so we'll see what happens. Man. I need a Trump dump. I need to make up a song called the Trump Dump. Boy, they are just sitting on that low, huh? Well, I'm going to go get myself and I'll stay here and watch this, I guess. Like to get through that open settlement. Got a lot of stuff there. Lots of stuff. No reason to expect it's going to do anything different. No, that's value area low, not settlement. I thought settlement was right down there too, huh? 53.75. What? Oh, settlement's way up here. Ugh, football. Jesus, I'm upside down. Come on, man. Get through there. Drop down through here again. Show him who's boss. Show him you're a big shot. That's the wrong big shot. Even though I'm risk neutral, I find myself still feeling nerves, though. And the question, of course, is the trade management story now. Do I let it play out, come back in my face for zero, bring it to here, which would lock in what profits I have at this point, or be real FOMO'd that I didn't bring my stop up here? And the answer to that question will be what they do here in the next few minutes. Oh, you know something that would be pretty cool? No, that ain't going to happen anytime quick. I was going to say the VPOC migration lower would be kind of snazzy, but that isn't going to be for a while here. We're at least 9,000 contracts up there or more, and we are only at 7,000 down here. So, yeah, there we go. Let's do something here. Let's come on, show everybody out here a big shot. I'm not real sure what to think, Antonio. They don't seem to be able to have much excitement about getting below that open. And I don't know what they're waiting for, Trump to say something or what. Wouldn't take much for that thing to dump, I guess. We've got our statistics down here. We got IB low, it just tagged it. And then we've got the overnight low down here below us and the previous low. What the hell is that? Statistic for that one. $51.8. So we've got 51.8% down here, huh? Got quite a few stats below us, whatever that means. I don't like this real tight crap going on here, though. I'm thinking they're getting pretty familiar with this mean reversion stuff, even though our fractal down here is building a lot bigger. And it's around this MCVPOC and where we opened. But it doesn't make me feel any better about the fact that they're likely to get stopped out here and then be zeroed out for the day. These are the questions that always run through your mind in these kind of deals. Or do mine anyway. The hell timer went 10 o'clock. Oh shit. Well, well, I don't know. I guess I was too late to bring my trailer down to here, I think. Yeah, there we go. Maybe we'll get someplace now. Maybe it'll come down. I mean, the fact is he's going to start talking about 10, and God knows what that's going to do. Obviously, that's the risk, unknown risk or unperceived or whatever you want to call it. And you know what's, well, we all know how quickly this thing could move down through those levels and not even blink an eye. Also, the other way. And now I'm thinking real serious about bringing my stop up to my my risk neutral target here and locking that much in. They've banged around this before here. And oftentimes the second you do that is when it falls out of bed. Well, they can't get it past that open to save their life. I'm not really sure what the hell they're doing, to be honest with you, or why. Boy, the NQ isn't having any problem hauling ass. Look at that. NQ is falling on its head, man. It doesn't seem to be bringing the ES with it at all, and I don't know what the deal is here. I don't know what the deal is there. I'm starting to wonder if my charting is goofy. Huh. Well, I don't know. Mean or no? Wish I had a backdoor key to Truth Social. I'd say we declared war on North Dakota or something. Sellers aren't getting any place, and they're trying to get this thing to go lower. I'm thinking I'm going to bring in my stop to here. And before I'm hammered, which is too late now. I suppose there's some sort of blabber going on now. Boy, I don't know what's going on with my IRT, but it doesn't seem like it's very happy about some stuff. Well, there we go. just jumped up and I didn't even see it move on IRT there. This is Trump to the rescue. That's for sure. I can't believe with volume as high as it supposedly is, why my charting is looking so weird in over here. This is looking pretty strange. This looks like it's going to be a stop, but you never know. And there we have it. What a pain in the ass. Now it'll be interesting to watch this and see if, had I moved the stop above these levels where it would be obviously failure, because this is not a failure, this is just out in space, would I have been stopped out? And the next thing I should ask myself is, see money, take money. I should have been out here, here, or here. I think. Instead, you see this, we have a volume of 4 contracts and exactly 0. Pretty disappointing. Got to rethink the strategy here about that. Holding those trades. Do I see money, take money, and get a cushion? You know? And why in the hell is the NQ just cratering and nothing going on the ES? That's pretty strange. And no follow through. So what we're having here is an IB failure, which was one of my trades. And had I not been in this short, I should have taken it off here and flipped long. That would have been the correct trade management, I believe. That would have put me in a long for the mean reversion, IB failure, and I would have had a substantial profit on this short. So that's the breakdown in my trade management. Why I didn't do that, looking for the target, or even when we came back at any one of these locations and realized we weren't getting down to the IB low again, that it was an IB failure, and flipped it long. No, I don't know what's going on here, but this is not. Now IRT is now working. Huh. That's pretty strange. Yeah, that was the problem, I guess. That was my error, wanting to go to target rather than IB failure and recognizing we're in a mean reversion scenario and not acting on that. And it was a perfect mean reversion, right? Without heat. Back to the mean, which is the POC. Will we crater down now and extend further down? Maybe. Well, this is not. I don't know what. Okay. Now they're going to go ripping right down past me. So my concept of moving the stop where it was a big failure, where would I have done that? Above the close, above the developing value area high, and here we go to those lows. RTH low, value area low, and probably overnight low. So we'll see how long it takes us to get down to my target. Little nuances that make such a difference in your profitability and your success as a trader. And hindsight, FOMO, all those things is just heightened exponentially. I would assume that this all has to do with somebody talking about something, but let's see. Look at this. Look at this one here. If Dodge looks at Musk, we'll save a fortune. Yeah, no kidding. Funny that you think of that now, that he's not giving you $25 million or whatever the hell it was to get elected. I mean, it's like, son of a bitch. Well, I am sure disappointed in myself. Well, I'm not disappointed in myself. I did exactly what I set forth to do, but not, I don't know what to think, you know. It just, I guess you could call it poor trade placement entry, I guess. Here was my entry. I was thinking that was a breakout and retest as a bar trade, and it was risk neutral. I guess my big downfall was not recognizing the IB failure and flipping, which would have been great. And then you could say the same thing for up here to the, because it's going to be down here to my target within the next couple of minutes. And instead of sitting through this bullshit, why wasn't I here? That's the part that's frustrating. That's the Trump dump I was looking for, I guess. Oh well, it's a risk neutral scale is a risk neutral scale. So there you are. And there are no missed opportunities. There is only the next opportunity. And what is that? Let's see here. Yeah, see money, take money. But that's not how, like Rod's got $8,600 day or whatever the hell it is. That you don't have those kind of successes panicking in the short term. Here we come to my target. Now that would be right here would be $750. The minute we get there, that's what that trade would have netted times 5. Disappointing, huh? Not quite yet. Pretty quick. Okie dokie. Yep. See you tomorrow, Antonio. Have a good one. Well, by golly, that is a disappointing trade. Now I need to review and think why. Well, first of all, it was a mean reversion up and back down. So I don't mean mean reversion up. I mean a VPOC migration. So I think the fact that I took this breakout and retest at the at the price check down here to the IB low, what I would consider to be my failure in this trade or my trade management breakdown is that I didn't recognize this or any one of these tests as a mean reversion entry and, close the trade out and go the other way. Or just close the trade out at this level, which would be the risk neutral scale. with the two lot is $300. So 1,500 across the 5. Still didn't get to the target. I'm not saying we're done yet, but you know, they got right down here and tested it. So that, are we setting up another mean reversion? Okay, if you got on it here on the retest, there's your scale. But you've got the IB low coming up here. And I have no clue whether we would continue to revert for the IB failure or what the hell to do. This market looks pretty crazy to me. And I mean, the NASDAQ there is definitely a divergence here. The NASDAQ fell out of bed hard. And continued to, and the IB, the opposite in the case of the, well, not the opposite, but certainly didn't fall out of bed hard at all in the case of the ES. And if you look at the micro composite, this is where they open. They can't get away from that micro composite VPOC. Here's the open here, you see? Right, we just can't get away from it. So this would have been a mean reversion entry at the overnight low. Say 29-ish here. Scale. Double your money, double your fun, up you go. Too many levels right here for the IB failure expressed, I mean, specifically at the IB low. Got value area low, open, developing value area low, all in a big row. Well, those are all obstacles. You can see how those obstacles held up across here. Yeah, so there's 2 missed opportunities on my part, and I will put those in as missed opportunities. I forgot about that. I have a new missed thing here. Any trade now? Well, if you wanted to isolate a view, this is a IB failure. We came through, tested back down, and we're trading up. It's not nearly as robust as, but it's the same setup as these across the board. And then down here at the mean reversion. The mean reversion would have been the better of the two when we tried to get below this overnight low and couldn't get there and took it off over here. Let's see if I can get this snap figured out here now. Okay, there we go. I keep track of all of these things and make notes and a bunch of crap that doesn't matter to anybody but me. Oh, finally they got it to migrate down, huh? And notice, you see the benefits of having these flags. They migrated right back down where it was before. Happens way, 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 way more often than you would imagine. So this is mean reversion is sweet. Look at that. It's down, it's up. And notice it's just migrating between two previous locations based on these two fractals. So I guess it's not earth shaking what's going on. And now we're in the middle of. No, I think he got through talking. I thought I saw that. He's in. Doing something. Oh, he's at they've turned an air base in the middle of the Everglades, an airport in the middle of the Everglades, into a new detention center. They seem to be quite excited about detaining people now and arresting them and things. I'm not sure how that's helping or what impact it's having, actually. But they're calling it Alligator Alcatraz because it's in the middle of the Everglades. So that'll be the new news cycle buzzword for a while, I guess. Why this piece of crap is doing that, I don't know. Either, by the way. So here we go up. Are we going to go to the top now? Ooh. Are we going to be another neutral day in a row? I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this over here. Just hit the microphone. I hope that wasn't a loud noise for anyone. Yeah. Well, here you go. Now he's so excited with alligator Alcatraz because some people, yeah, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. I have some stories about immigration, but I'm not going to bother with it. I'm not going to go there. Why bother? So this is an example of how IRT and Bookmap work with complete transparency and accountability. Here's the entry of the order. This green line is the break-even line. Here's the first risk-neutral target, and here's the second target, and however many targets below, and here's the stop. Well, you can see when anything was moved or not, and you can see exactly at what time and for how much each price was, each order was hit. Now, I didn't manage this properly. I should have recognized that this was going to be an IB failure, tested 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, closed this out for my risk neutral scale for the entire package, and then gone long for the IB failure, which would have also been profitable. But I did not. The point of this is that it shows and this is recorded for all perpetuity here in this recording on Bookmap and on YouTube stream. So completely accountable, transparent, live trading. I think that's the only way to go. Oh, back down to the IB low again. Yeah, so what do we got going on now? Boop. I couldn't even begin to be less interested. And he's now speaking, so never mind, baby. I think this is a really great time to go have some brunch. I smell my wife baking bread and making foie and many good things out there. You'd have to think that pretty quick they're going to come plummeting down through the overnight low and the previous low, but maybe not. Now we're getting that 1, 2, 3 or W pattern where we got higher high and higher lows. I think that can be considered a reversal. And I'm going to be just thoroughly pissed that I didn't take off my profit. I think going forward, I'm going to have to think about what to do there pretty seriously. The problem was not here and waiting for here. The problem was not recognizing the IB failure and the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tests of it. And then, of course, if my stop had been up here someplace, I would have been down, but I wouldn't have gotten my target. Didn't quite make it to the target. So, this is woulda, shoulda, coulda, and this is the what this is it's an analysis on my part, and it's on the stream, and it's after the fact. But it is the stock and trade of most internet gurus with rearview mirror trading. And since they don't trade live, they don't have the trades on their stream or in their charts, and they can say whatever the hell they want to say. That's the thing you got to really watch out for, I think. If somebody doesn't trade live and record it and stream it, then I question them. And my new workflow idea is that I have the entire session visible by marking these here. If I can just quickly spot the big blue thing there. And then when a trade comes along that I want to get interested in, I zoom in on it. That's the plan. That's what I've been doing lately. Now I'm going to go mosey off and see what Mama's up to in the kitchen there. And here we go again. That IB failure is working out like clockwork, man. And I keep walking away. Now, 34, well, 6, pushing up to 10 handles here. If it eventually succeeds in getting to its purpose, which is the mean, the IB failure is just a mean reversion trade. I mean, that's the idea. Want to make sure I got everything set right here when I slip into the food coma. My wife is a great cook, but cooks so much I don't know. What the hell is that? Yeah, I think this is a good time to go have breakfast or lunch or whatever it is. Whatever you have at 11 o'clock, brunch, I guess. In our case, it's foie. Homemade, absolute homemade noodles and the whole schmear. The only thing we don't do ourselves is grow the beef. Well, another IB failure. Yeah, probably is still talking. Well, that's a big disappointment. Well, they passed a bill requiring Vance to vote. So that should be a big. I'm not going to be around here for any of that. I'll be on the side. And yeah. Well, let's see now. Pretty disappointing turn of events here all the way around. What do we got now? A double top? I'm not going to trade this in the middle of this tax thing, I don't think. You know what I forgot, Mom? Well, there was a pretty classic double top, huh? Wow. Right at settlement. Literally at settlement. And down 489 handles. I'm just not. Yeah. Okay. Boy, they're continuing with the balanced profile. Look at this thing there. That's pretty incredible. Well, is this going to be another IB continuation here that I just missed? So here we are. After that, all that goofy news and the Senate passing and whatever else. What are we going to have here? An IBC or F? Let's see. There was a failure. There was a failure. My idea here, or the thinking here, is that I keep the entire session in view. That's why I flagged the opens here with a big line now. And then when I want to think about a trade, I come in. Here was my bar trade for lower and risk neutral scale. Stop as it should be. And then look at that. And that's where I needed to have been on the trade. I don't know what to think about this. Earlier in the day, the NASDAQ was diverged from here's the ES, right? And at this point, you see how the ES had was pushing the upper boundaries of the IB? right up until we finally came down and took out the IB statistic right there. Look at what the NQ was doing the whole morning. Super divergence. Till the ES finally came up with it. Now the two of them are making back the other way, except the ES is still pushed higher again into this upper distribution. What I'm doing is my process when I come back into the office from being out for a while. I was for lunch. And getting myself back into the swing of things by the market rhythm. What news have we got? Lurking. Is anybody talking about something? Well, unless there's some impromptu Trump dump, I don't see anything on the horizon here. No more news in anywhere that's planned. Of course, the big market movers typically now are not planned. A neutral day, 2 in a row. Yesterday was as well. Our third in a row, maybe. Let's check. There's 1, 2, 3. Oh, 3 in a row. Well, aren't I glad I didn't? I listened to myself and not take this IV short. Yes, I am. I think the irrational exuberance around the Senate bill now has got, and the fact that, you know, this tax package is primarily designed for extremely wealthy people, right? At everyone else's expense, unfortunately, but that's above and below the IB tip. As I understand it, I've never been in that position, is controlled by the higher time frames. So after all these bounces off the IB and settlement, it made perfect sense to me to go get my tea and see what happened, and that's what happened. I drink gallons of water and gallons of green tea every day. Boring. Once again, for any new visitors here, there is this is a short week, the holiday in America, Friday, 4th of July, Independence Day. And a very busy news week. Again today, tomorrow, and Thursday is non-farm payroll, which is, if you don't know that, you better Google it and learn about it. This is the week. So there's Monday and Tuesday. There's Wednesday, not much. Thursday's the biggie. At 7:30 is non-farm payroll. And then, you know, lots of other stuff. ISM, PMI, talking feds, boy, all kinds of things. And remember, we still haven't gotten up to that previous RTH high. Close, but what else we got hanging around up here? Well, this is the MC high from the 30th. This was the high from yesterday. We got a negative volume point of control above that, and the all-time record, woohoo, bells out, all-time high for the corrected contract. So we're in almost the power hour here. Been quite a rotational day with market or auction disruptions on the news side, or the, I don't know whether you call it news or not, but something. Media side, I guess, is the right way to put it. Oh, damn it. There it went and I missed it. I was standing here waiting for it. Shit. Well, there you are. There you have it. I would guess that's news. Certainly not market information, I wouldn't think, but boy, I missed that. And I was looking for that move right there, but not so violent or so quick. So, you know, there you are. Oh, and here we go. And there you have it. In case you that guy. Well, damn, boy, am I sorry about that. But there's no way you can plan that unless you're, you know, I guess on Air Force One and are ahead of that news, I suppose, I guess, is how that happened. I don't know. If you were playing this rotation just on a whim, looking for a mean reversion, you got it. And there you have it. Disappointing. A disappointing day. One trade, risk neutral, and then back for scratch. So that's, you know, no harm, no foul. But on the other hand, I was standing here in preparation for, I was actually thinking I would see what happened at the 2 o'clock. And you see what happened at 5 minutes to 2. Or whatever that is. No, at 2 seconds before 2. And as quick as you can say don't, down it went. And where did it go? Wow, isn't that something? Right back almost exactly to the open. not quite. Not quite yet. The open is at 62.35 quarter. Right down there. Now there we are. Open. And I keep forgetting that these labels on the price lines, which is the newest edition, if they're stacked on top of one another as they are here, you see it breaks both names out, which is kind of cool. Keep forgetting about that. And there's a V bottom. At this point, any trade I would put on after this move and this move would be gambling. These deep V reversals. But why did that happen? You know? News problem continues. And here we are now. We're in the power hour, 10 past. Well, this day could wind up just a fizzle. Most, some on my part, but the trade that I did put on was managed well. As I talked about in the pre-trade analysis, the not flipping to the IB failure, taking the profit and flipping to the IB failure was a pretty big error on my part. Missed trade location for sure. I'll journal that in static, and then it's real clear when you see what your missed trades cost you. Similar to the error cost calculator some guys have. Oh, I've lost all track of my IBs. I completely forgot about this. IB high is at 62.52.75. Oh, that's the wrong one. And here we are testing back up to that IB low, or IB high again, I guess. We did, in theory, make a new high from 12 to 1, but the 12 to 1 statistic is based on a directional day, not a rotational day, if I'm not mistaken. However, we do have the previous RTH high up here, and we have the naked volume point of control from the 19th of February up here. And so, who the hell knows? I'll be honest with you. I think that this is a pretty uncertain market at this point, in my opinion. Typically, that IB failure right there would be a short. But with this big drop being predicated on just Trump having a chat with reporters on the airplane, and of course they have satellite communication where they can get this stuff out. I would be real, and that conversation continues, right? Because it's a captive audience for him, and in a sense for them to talk to him. So I can see both sides of that coin. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. What I'm saying is that I think it's a very uncertain situation here. We have a lot of stops living right above here. So there's a lot of fuel up there. We don't have, I mean, we took out quite a bit across here. Now I guess I could, if you want to see all these stops and icebergs and all this crap, well, there you go. Now look at that iceberg. That's, that iceberg, well, where did it go? Here it is. This iceberg came in right here and is traded and has not traded out yet. Wow. I don't know what happened with all that, but, or what that meant, but these are stops and icebergs. I don't like this at all. That's why I have them shut off. This is a new version, and I must have them entirely too settings are wrong, right? And to me, that's just soup. And we got icebergs on both sides. There's 20 above and 4 below. How the hell can that be? Let's see here. Maybe we can do something about that. Aggregated. I don't see where that makes any sense at all. I don't see where that one makes any difference. It doesn't seem to affect that either. I don't know that there's this. I don't understand why these don't do something. Can't seem to get rid of them. And I'll be the first to say I thought I was working on, oh, it's icebergs, okay. I wish you could get rid of that line completely. Yeah, that might be a little better, I guess. Now let's see what we can do for stops. I still don't think it's worth a crap. I don't see what that does. I don't see what vertical aggregation does either. So to me, that's crap. That's why I have them off. I used to have them on, and it worked a lot better, in my opinion. This line being that fat like that is not good, I don't think. So what I do now is this. Boop. There you go. And let's see, what have we got here? And if anybody's got a better way of setting these up or wants to say anything, drop something in the chat. Also, if anybody here wants to have these levels, these price levels, access to them for your book map or whatever, I push them out and make them freely available to everybody in the TLab and Static, and anybody here that wants them, just drop me a chat and we'll make a plan. Yeah. So this V bottom is turning into a pretty good reversal, but and I commented about it when it happened, but my comment also included the fact that this was based on some real random news. And so I don't think that's necessarily, I think that kind of invalidates the signal a little, to me anyway. And I'm way too conservative, obviously. What happened to 500 guy or 1,000 guy? We had somebody in here with 1,000 lots the other day. And we've been having a 500 guy floating through here on a pretty regular basis. Try to get these about $1 wide if I can. Oh, I had them, I guess. There we are. So there's $1 high and the full session. And what have we done? Oh, we're turning the corner on the final curve here in exactly 15 seconds. Notice the clock at the bottom of my deal is time in seconds. This, again, is Central Standard Time. So I try to make this stuff as transparent and clear as humanly possible. If somebody grabbed this and is holding for higher ground, that is an admirable trade. That's, diddling in the middle. I don't take trades from the middle out because I don't believe that there's a sustainably high success rate. Now, as I said earlier, there are stops laying up here, and that's for damn sure. Not a lot of liquidity if you look at the book, but this is our resting orders. There's another one. Boy, they are testing that RTH high like nobody's business, huh? Well, we have the corner turned and the market on close orders will be coming out at 1450. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Few buyers there. Sorry if that was loud. I hit the mic boom with my water glass, or green tea glass, whatever. A glass. don't I've been standing here thinking about if I was going to try to put on a closing swing trade, and I don't think that they are very successful. I don't have a proper statistics compiled for that, nor have I vetted that trade. So I'm sort of standing here, regretfully, probably not going to do anything except commentary and watch. You know, there's a lot to be learned and gained from screen time. About 10 and a half seconds to go here for your minutes, I'm sorry. For the MOCs. Kind of an interesting day, huh? Have a look at this POC. Moved up, did this crazy maneuver, did the crazy Ivan over here, and have been flat as a frickin' board ever since. This is the entire session. This is the open, the blue vertical thing here. So I can, I mean, obviously the clock works on the bottom of the timeline, but I just do that for visual reference. Flat as a board. Yeah. And no hope on the horizon here. This is 19,000 contracts, and there's the only thing close is up here at 11.8 at the 48s or 49s. And I don't think they're going to get there in, 15 minutes, but you never, I mean, I'm sure they could, I guess, but do they care? Do they want to? That's the next one. I'm standing here thinking that another missed opportunity besides flipping for the IB failure, right here, the IB failure, was not picking up this this V reversal on the news. Not here, because who the hell knows? Is it going to keep going or what's it going to do? But here or here, one of these two, both came right down to there and didn't get a tick lower. That would have been a spot. The problem that I have with that is that's diddling in the middle about as exactly as you can get it. And at that time, both VWAPs and the mid all right together. So that's like, that's retail soup heaven right there. Likely we will break through the top of this thing and maybe up to the previous RTH high, even though it's got a low probability. The thing that makes me think we're going to travel up there is the previous high here. And what's more important is this naked volume point of control from February 19th. And above us is, now it wouldn't surprise me at all if they were going to try to get up here and tag out the all-time high in some gesture of adoration for the for having their, if you make over $1 million, you got a tax cut kind of a deal. And everybody else gets screwed. Wouldn't surprise me in the least. Now here we go, testing that high. You got to imagine there's a lot of stops out here. All these guys that are thinking this is going short, they're all sitting right up here somewhere, probably right around that previous high, because it's only 5-6 handles up there. Three minutes till the market on close orders. Who knows? Here we go. We get up above that RTH high, or more importantly, these liquidities here. This thing's going to pop like nobody's business, in my opinion. Will I take that trade? Nope. It's 1450. The market on close orders are coming out. That it would be a breakout trade, which by my trade plan is a error, because for me, it's a FOMO. And I realize it's a valid trade trade strategy, but not for me. When I'm thinking about looking at a breakout trade, it's because I'm eating myself alive with FOMO that I wasn't on down here. And we got a few hundred jumping in here to put the lid on this thing for now. Here we go with 45 seconds to the MOC. Here we go. Market on close here, and nothing, exactly nothing happened. Well, go figure. Go figure. Wow. Eight minutes till the cash close. Well, 7.5. Call me louder. So we've got market on close orders are 1,140,000,000. Buy side S&Ps, NASDAQ buy side 731 million, Dow 317 million buy side, and Mag 7 288 million buy side. So there you go. In case you think I'm lying to you, here you are right here. Now, when they're the way these are written, in case you don't know, for those 1,140 million is 1,140,000,000. Okay, so and these are all buy side, and the market went down almost 10 points. So I don't get it. I watch these every day. Here's all the Japan stuff. He's going to hammer Japan with 30 to 35% tariffs. And I'm not sure how or when someone is going to understand that Japan will not pay the tariffs. Anything imported from Japan will be paid by Americans. Or I'm all wet, one of the two, but it's I don't know why. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. And it's not just me saying that. There's a lot of smarter people than me in the world of finance that know a portion may be absorbed by the exporter, but the lion's share is paid by the importer. Tariffs are a tax charged at our American port. They're not charged when the stuff leaves. They're not charged in the country of export. They are charged at the American port to clear the shipment into the country, collected by the United States government from the people who import the product. That's the way they work. And why that seems to be falling on deaf ears, I think it's one of those everybody in the band's out of step but me kind of things. I'm starting to think, I don't know, I really don't get it. And I admit I'm just a, broken down old cowboy, so it's likely I don't get it, but I can read and I can hear, and I believe that there are certain people who are extremely well versed in finance and economics, and they all seem to have the same opinion. So I don't know. I don't know what to say. Other than, by golly, it is going to be 4 minutes. It's going to be the cash close. Be interesting to see what we get for a closing swing trade here, huh? And if you were quick with the trigger right here, boom, trade up, bam, you threw a short on. This could be considered a very asymmetrical trade. And what is that? That is a trade location or an entry where the risk to reward is an asymmetrical relationship. In other words, there's a hell of a lot more reward potential, and you can keep your risk to within a point, literally, right there. Or if you wanted to get real crazy, you could go above the high, or right at the high. So that would have been an asymmetrical trade location, and I see them, I know they're there, and I've got to be more proactive about taking them. My mission now is I have vetted the IBF and the IBC, and I am going to become very, very efficient at trading those. And all you need is one even vetted setup, and you can be a consistently profitable trader. Take care of yourself. So that's where I'm coming from. Now I'll close the stream down at 1500-ish here. Remember, all times that I refer to and that you see on the charts are Central Standard Time. This is our trade for the day. This is the entire, somewhere here is the entire RTH session. Here was my little trade where I got risk neutral scale, and then, as per plan, did not move my stop, and regrettably I should have brought it up here at any one of these points, taken that off, and played the IB failure back to the top. Of course, then there's always this, woulda, coulda, shoulda, rearview mirror trading, the stock and trade of your finest internet gurus, which I am not. There is a difference between me trying to blow smoke up somebody's backside that this is what I did, and me analyzing the market and the situation of my trade. And remember that this is my virtual trading journal, so the idea is I narrate or articulate or voice over, whatever you want to call it, what I'm thinking. That's how I know when I review the stream what was going through my mind at this moment. At 14:58 and 54 seconds on the 1st of July. And here comes the liquidity in for that cash close. Will we have a closing swing trade? I kind of doubt it. I would suppose we're going to just kind of whimper out, but you never know. They might just all of a sudden take off like a called a dog and head straight up. Man, this thing is starting to irritate the hell out of me. Yeah, no closing swing trade to the top side, that's for sure. I'd like to point out to you that here's our open. Oh, well, gee whiz, criminy Christ, we finally got a VPOC migration. I'm so excited. I am so excited. This damn IRT just doesn't seem to be functioning right for me. And I'm not sure why, but I can guarantee it's annoying. Well, we did get a VPOC migration up. What I was just pointing out earlier in the stream here was we had this little dipsy doodle crap right at the open, 9 o'clock. Then we had the crazy Ivan down here. And then we stayed flat the entire day until now, where we migrated up from 45 to 48 or 3 handles at the cash close. That's pretty incredible. Isn't it? Isn't it? In it? I sound like I've been in the sticks too long. Isn't it? My diction and articulation is back on the ranch somewhere. Yeah. Well, we didn't get to the open yet. Otherwise, it would be a complete speculative day, just a clean sweep. But pretty close. 10 handles off, 10 handles. So we were able to move 10 handles above Oh, this is interesting. Yes, look at here. So mosey over here and have a look at the micro composite. This is yesterday, and here is today. And what is it? It's an inside day. See that? Here's the market profile view of that. Another interesting one, which I was just talking about a minute ago or some time ago. A neutral day is when we take out both the IB high and the IB low. 1, 2, wait for it, 3 in a row. 3 neutral days in a row. I guess that's about the quintessential holding pattern, eh? All right. Well, if you just jumped in here, smack the like, thanks a lot, and the subscription and the notification if you want to, that'd be great. I only get, likes and subs off of this thing. I'm not funded or monetized in any way by this stream. It is my virtual journal. I'm not saying if YouTube wants to give me $10 million a minute, I'll take it and split it with you, but you know what I mean? It's my journal, and that's the reason I do it. But it's kind of nice to have someone to talk to, and it would be nice to have a little larger community, active community. So drop your, something in the chat and like and subscribe. Now, the way this works is I monitor, restart my stuff at from 4 to 5, 1600 to 1700 when the RTH opens. And then I monitor kind of, and if it looks like there'll be an active RTH session for a few hours, I will pull up another stream. But typically, it is from 8 o'clock in the morning until now. And I start from 8 to 8:30 is pre-market and reports and numbers and all those kind of analyses. And then we hit the open run and trade the day. And then, through the middle of the day, I drop off and go have lunch or whatever else it is. But the stream remains open, as does the charting. So there you go. Any suggestions? Drop them in there. If anybody would like to have these access to these levels that go in the Cloud Notes column on Bookmap. Now I'm getting something that OBS disconnected and reconnected, I guess. I don't know what's going on. There you are. See it up there on the screen? So there's that. Drop me something in the chat if you're interested in having these access to these levels. You just put the URL in your Cloud Note column or wherever, and it's automatically updated. I push these from this trading computer to, it goes through Google. On my machine, of course, these are internal, so that it doesn't go anywhere. But for those that I share, it goes up to Google. I was going to get rid of the way I did it and change it around, but I don't think I will at this point. Probably quit doing it before I do that. All right. Well, a nothing burger, man. Right back to the middle. So what did we do today? Well, we did a big, beautiful, nearly perfect Gaussian distribution and a balanced rotational day. And here is the IB high and the the value area high and the value area low. There's the complete rotation. And here's yesterday. So what did we do? We are basically overlapping and inside. Here's the low and here's the high. We're a little bit higher on the IB high, on the value area high, but that's where we are. And it's holiday weekend. Big reports out this week, however. Remember, non-farm payroll is on Thursday at 7:30 Central Standard Time. That's the mother of all numbers there. And that's where we are. So have a great night. Go out and do something with your family or yourself or something for your health. Get away from the screens and rest your eyes and do all that kind of stuff. I'm going to knock her off here. And I will I will be back more than likely at definitely at 0800 in the morning tomorrow, and perhaps this afternoon. So there we go. Have a good one.